And good evening. Hello, welcome to the live stream. Good evening to Connor. Thanks for joining us early, and to Lee as well, and to Amaze Tays. And I've just paused the menu a little bit so we can have a look at this evening's lineup. So we're going to start off on the West Coast Main Line with a run from Milton Keynes to London Euston, and then we're going to go into the Cross-City new timetable mod, which I have to say looks absolutely fantastic. Really impressed with it. So we're going to do a 323 run, 4 Oaks to Redditch, then a 170 Bromsgrove to Birmingham New Street, and then we'll finish off with a freight Milton Keynes to Wembley, and we'll see if there's any time for anything else beyond that. It's funny though, sometimes I feel really organised, and some weeks I feel slightly disorganised, but I feel slightly disorganised tonight, but hopefully everything will go to plan, and I hope you're all well. It's an absolutely gorgeous Sunday evening yet again. It really is fantastic. It's almost too hot to be doing train driving really, but fortunately I'm quite lucky because it's not overly hot in the room that I'm in. So we're going to start off anyway on the West Coast Main Line 2019 timetable again. So 1 Romeo 050712 Milton Keynes to London Euston, and let's get things underway. And good evening, King K Gamer as well. Again, thank you very much for joining us. As ever, very welcome. Hope you're doing well on this beautiful Sunday evening. I don't know whether it's quite different weather for you in the US, but it's certainly lovely here in the UK. We've had a very unseasonably calm spring. We've had weeks and weeks of dry weather, which is absolutely lovely. Only happens every few years. And good evening, Southwestern Games as well. Yeah, thanks again for joining us. Much appreciated. Ah, brilliant, Amaze Tays. Yeah, fantastic. I've started to have a look at Matt Pedleston's German signalling guide, and I've got a bit of the way through it. So I'm trying to really get the hang of this PZB stuff, and one thing I didn't realise until I watched it was that the PZB doesn't actually sound an alarm, but I think I'm slowly beginning to understand it. But it might be a while before we get there. Good evening, Hayley, as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. So almost more. We've got nearly as many American viewers, I think, at the moment than we have from the UK, which is always good. Hope the weather's nice for you over in the Bronx. Ah, right, brilliant. Do you know, I've no idea what level I'm on. Nowadays, I seem to get even less and less time to actually play on the game. It seems to be more and more just confined to playing, doing the stream. And I know you've been very busy, Hayley. Yes, indeed, yeah. It struck me. I was kind of intrigued, comparing it with the German, with the Dutch thing, because the Dutch system is basically slow down to the right speed, and you don't have to do anything. And it feels as though you've got the CIFA thing, which I do understand. So it's kind of, what's the point of having to press anything on the PZB thing? If you got down to the right speed, it should be enough. But I may be over simplifying my thoughts. But I know everybody has said, well, once you get the hang of it, you'll really enjoy it. But at the moment, until I can properly enjoy it, then it's like it all sounds very stressful to me. So I think it's a 390 this time, and it's the 0712. I thought we'd do the unbranded one for a change. Probably having any clouds on is there's virtually no clouds at the moment. So yeah, this is Milton Keynes. So it's the Liverpool Lime Street to London Euston. So 1 Romeo 05. So it started off at 0526 from Liverpool Lime Street. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But it's kind of like, you know, in the UK, you know, you get the AWS going off, and you get the alarm, don't you, to warn you that something's happening. And it seems crazy that in Germany you don't get the alarm, but it still tells you off for not obeying it. Good evening, TSWT official. Good question. Good question. Probably the Alan Thompson route, I would have thought, because we know the next 4 things really on the roadmap, don't we? We know Frankfurt S-Bahns on the 20th of May. We know the 86-2's coming out. We know cargo version 4, the military pack's coming out. So it looks like it's going to be the Manchester commuter route, which I'm greatly looking forward to. So let's get our train set up. Day running, I reckon. We'll get into the panel. We'll get a bit of vigilance on, and we'll get the DSD unisolated into normal mode. I think that should be just about it. Don't know if we're calling it Milton Watford Junction or not. Maybe not. Yeah, completely agree, mate, Taze. And I mean, luckily, you know, thankfully, the mods don't take forever to install, but it still takes a bit of time getting everything done, and then yeah, it takes ages to get everything loaded up. So we're due off at 7:14. So yeah, the Manchester Airport commuter route is basically Manchester Piccadilly to Wilmslow and then Alderley Edge. So the Pendolinos will go to Wilmslow via Stockport, and then the local trains pretty much will go the same way, but you've got 2 ways of getting there. You either go via the Style line, so you avoid Stockport and you go through Manchester Airport and then kind of reverse back out at Manchester Airport to carry on back to Wilmslow. Or you've got the direct route via Stockport, Cheadle-Hulme, and then onto Wilmslow and Alderley Edge. So the only slight thing is some of the Pendolino runs are going to be short, but it's going to be nice because we're going to be able to do runs from out of things like Longsight Depot. Nice when you come out of Milton Keynes, isn't it? Because you haven't got to slow down or you know, go at any low speed. You can go straight up to 125 mile an hour, full speed, full steam ahead, as one YouTuber would say. Yeah, I think it would be excellent if it connected with Crewe, because that's kind of a logical endpoint. I mean, Crewe to Manchester would feel like a, you know, a good route, but it doesn't seem as though it will. Well, it won't connect in originally anyway. Whether they've got plans to put Crewe in at some point down the line, well, time remains to be seen. I did, but I did it surreptitiously, because I did the control and enter with the AWS. So yeah, we should be good for AWS. I'll know when we come through the next signal. Yes, you will, TSW. Teams official. I mean, I would love to see Manchester Piccadilly at least through to Stafford, because my kind of local line is Stoke-on-Trent, and to be able to do sort of Stoke, Macclesfield, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly would be absolutely immense. But I don't think there's any massive plans for that to happen. Good evening, Lloyd. This is actually, you'll see the livery. Probably find a better view than that. Nope. Oh, we're going to keep finding trees here. Try another go. There we go. So this is the PC mod, where we have the 2019 timetable. So this is an in-between period. So Virgin Trains were technically still in charge of the franchise, and then Avanti West Coast were due to take over within a few weeks at this point. So we had this period where a lot of the Pendolinos were running around in this unbranded livery and basically all white. Yeah, I try and as much as I can remember, and May says I try and generally do the AWS with me, control and enter, and then the other stuff I'll try and do with the back panel where I can. Yeah, good question, Hayley. There was a bit of a mention about it, I think, in the roadmap stream, and also it seems as though I think I'm right in saying this, aren't I? But Liam, who was involved in that for Dovetail Games, I think he's branching out, doing some of his own stuff as well. But at least we now know that Dovetail Games have got the franchise, or reacquired the franchise for Great Western Railway, which is very good to see. Yeah, you will be able to TSW official. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think we're going to expect to see a bit of Alan Thompson on the Manchester Airport official. I don't know quite whether the world's ready for Alan Thompson to go live onto Dovetail Games, but I think it's going to be soon. But yeah, essentially, yeah, you'll be able to do, any of the Manchester to Euston services, you'll be able to do as far as Stockport, which is like about 10 minutes, or you can do to Wilmslow, which is about 20 minutes. So it's going to be really frustrating, the fact that we're missing out on the bit to Crewe, really, but hopefully that'll occur soon. We don't know. We don't know when the release date's going to be. All we know is it's going to be 0 to 3 months. But, you know, sort of thinking logically, I think hopefully it's going to be over the next few weeks. But I'm guessing we're going to see the Class 86 coming out first from Just Trains, which is going to be good. Yeah, I think so. I don't see any reason why. I think certainly the 387s will be able to run at least on part of the route. It's just a damn shame, I think, that on the Great Western Railway line to Reading, that it's only partly electrified. And I think they're setting this remaster at a time when it was still only partly electrified. Because remember, of course, it used to be completely diesel from Paddington to Reading, and then in the last few years they did the Heathrow Airport extension, and they kind of set the route at a time when they were electrifying the rest of the line to Reading. But it seems a shame that we've not got the full catenary and the full route, because it'd be lovely to do just an IET in its full journey to Reading, but maybe one day. I think it's, I mean, again, I'm guessing really, because I'm only going by the road map, Train Sim, TSW official. So if you go in the order of the road map, I think I'm right in saying it's basically Frankfurt, S-Bahn, then the Class 86-2, then the military cargo line, and then the Alan Thompson route. But of course it's guessing, it might not come out in that order. Yeah, it's difficult always to say, Lloyd, from my point of view anyway. I kind of love new and old alike, and you know, I love driving the Pendolino, but it's fascinating to drive the European trains like the ice train. But I mean, I suppose in terms of all-time classic, I mean, for me, you know, I go back to, I was born in the early 70s, so I remember the old first generation electrics on the West Coast main line. So for me, I probably prefer the 86s and the 87s. And I'd love to see a mod of this timetable on this route done at some point, where we've got all of that linked in a little bit. Yeah, I think I can understand you, the base Taze. Yeah, I think. I mean, as you know, I've got the Cardiff City route, and it's kind of, it's a bit lacking, and I must say, I'm greatly hyped for the S-Bahn route. It looks plenty of fun because you've got kind of ice train runs as well as having plenty of local services, and I love the fact that you've kind of got three routes built in. Yeah, that's it, Hayley. It's just a short section, really. Again, we'd love to see some of these things extended. You know, goes all the way out to Hammersmith, doesn't it? In reality, and a couple of the Great Western Railway branches as well. I mean, some of them aren't that far off the main line. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to that, I must say. And again, I will be frustrated that we can't get to Crewe yet, but all in good time, hopefully. Oh, good evening, Lara. That's a name I've not seen pop up for a while. Very good to welcome you aboard again. Hope you're well on this lovely spring evening, technically, but it feels like it could be July or August. I thought I'd start off with this run because you know, apart from the odd speed limit change, it's not massively demanding, hopefully. I mean, that's partly really why I'm trying to understand the German signalling a bit more, because I'd love to play it with PZB switched on, but I've got a suspicion I'll start off with it off originally. I think probably the first time I actually do it with it on, it might well be a recorded stream. And as far as I can gather, I mean, I think there was some mention in the recorded video, sorry, the live stream about the roadmap, where I think they said the Richmond extension for the Mile Main line will be a few months off just yet, and of course no news also as to what route is going to evolve Crewe from what they called it, Athena simulation. No, it's not Athena, is it? They were the ones that did the East Coast Main Line pack, didn't they? But whoever's doing the new company that's doing the new route, we still don't know what that entails yet. Is it Searchlight something? Yeah, I mean, asking about favourite trains, I mean, I like the driving the brand new stuff where kind of everything works perfectly and the brakes seem to just react instantly, but it's quite interesting to drive the older stuff where things behave a little bit differently. Yeah, at least we do have the 158 in the game. I mean, if you buy the Hope Valley line for Train Sim Classic, which is excellent, you can take a service out to Rosehill Marple, although I think I'm right in saying it doesn't quite go the regular route. I think there's only like a couple of services that go the route that's modelled in that particular add-on. I thought I'd start off with this one as well because it's it's non-stop, but I mean, all the other runs are going to need a bit more concentration, particularly when we get into the Cross-City line, where we'll be stopping very, very frequently. Incidentally, I think Christopher will be joining us. He messaged a little bit earlier on saying he was going out for his tea, but he said he'll join a bit later on, and then he said, in his words, he'll be stopping on until the bitter end. Yeah, absolutely, Kate. Yes, indeed. It's I've not written it down, but it's a combination, isn't it? The Avanti name. I mean, I always think it was a missed opportunity because, you know, we've now got Great Western Railway, GWR, we've got LNER, London North Eastern Railway, and of course the old pre-nationalised name on the West Coast Main Line would have been LMS, London Midland Scottish, but maybe that'll come in the future. He does. He normally does, doesn't he? Disappears without trace. Racing through Watford Junction. But yeah, I do like the Birmingham Cross-City line. I mean, the problem with how it was as it came out was the fact that Birmingham New Street was dead, but you know, it's so great now that we have the Pendolino, we have the 350s, we have the 158s, we have HSTs representing the cross-country services, so it looks absolutely incredibly busy with the this Trag PC mod that came out in the last week. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I know my brother would argue that listening to me for 4 hours would send anybody to sleep. I think that's what he thinks. But good evening, the average Irish train spotter. That's a new name I don't recall from before. So thanks for joining us. Just a quick word to say thanks again for all the brand new subscribers. The numbers keep pecking up a little bit, so always really appreciated the support. But if you've not liked and subscribed, then I'd be tremendously grateful if you'd consider doing it. Yes, indeed. Well, it's kind of the name for the... I've nicked it really, but it's kind of the name for the sale that's on, isn't it, at the moment, and the various streams. But obviously, I'm completely independent of all that. But I thought, well, why not? Sounds like a good name. Yeah. So when you say the metro is closed, do you mean this German S-Bahn route? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, I think I know the game you mean. Yeah, I've not downloaded it. I've not tried it. I've seen some bits and pieces on YouTube. Yes, I have seen it. Yeah, I have seen bits and pieces. I'm quite intrigued by some of the other stuff that's going on. Yes, indeed, Lee. So, I mean, technically, as we're running this is like the tail end of Virgin Trains. We're still in the Virgin Trains period. I love some of the transport tycoon stuff as well, but I don't know masses about it. But I don't think you can drive them properly, can you? But I remember seeing quite a decent build of Manchester to Bury on the tram, which looked quite good. This is where we get a bit stuttery in this area, through how busy the yard is at Wembley and Euston. Good evening, and 8 Scooby. Ah, fantastic. Wow. That's a concept I don't get. Multitasking, doing different things at once. Yeah, I hope you're well. Just seems to me that every Sunday when I'm sitting here doing the live streams, the weather in the last few weeks has just been beyond gorgeous. You might be the average Irish trade spotter. I mean, I tend to remember the names on the chat, and it sounds sounds a bit funny this, but sometimes I do flick through the new people that have subscribed, and sometimes when there's been a lot, I can't always remember them all. But yeah, if you've subscribed already, then thank you very much. But if you haven't, then I'd be gratefully appreciated if you would. Ah, brilliant, brilliantly. And of course, Amaze Taze is kind of he's doubly multitasking because he's doing the same run as I'm doing, and he's also texting away on the chat as well, so he's got a lot going on. And of course, we've talked about it before, but of course, it's one thing for me. I mean, I've got the one thing with the pongs from the AWS going on, but he's got the double pongs because he can hear mine as well as his own. Oh, thank you very much. No, that's much appreciated. I'm hoping actually, I think we started the night on 648, so hopefully we'll get to 650. Kind of almost difficult to see the signals because I've got the sun going on behind me and in the window, as well as the looking into the bright sunlight on the game as well. I've been a bit over the top with the slow down to 55. Yeah, thank you very much, the average Irish train spotter. So, do you still live in Ireland? Do you watch the trains in Ireland, or are you in the UK and you watch the trains over here? Primrose Hill tunnels. I've actually finally got not this coming week, but I've got a week off work coming up after this week, so I'll still have the live stream on the Sunday, and then I've got a few days away. Oh, okay. Is that right? I must admit, I'm not hugely knowledgeable on Irish trains. Yeah, I must look that up. The 2600. Try and make sure I don't get caught out by the AWS ramps as we come into London Euston itself. All right, fantastic. Yeah, are you going? Are you going to Southend on the train? Of course, there's a couple of stations, isn't there, in Southend? You've got Southend Victoria, and then the one from Fenchurch Street, isn't it? I still have to say, and I will do when I do the journey in a couple of weeks' time, but I still get excited coming into London Euston in real life. I was kind of expecting a clear run into Euston. That's always a bonus as well. Kind of feels... I mean, I've had it happening in real life quite a few times. we are waiting for... Yeah, that's definitely red. All right, excellent, excellent. I do like the sound of. I do. I must admit. I mean, people love the sound of the diesel motors, but I love the sound of the whirring electric motors. Ah, okay, Lee. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, yeah. I must admit, I did. I momentarily thought, wait a minute, glass, glass, glass. Oh no, class. So I presume we're waiting for that train over there to clear our tracks. Have we got a estimated arrival time? Yeah, we're a bit early, aren't we? 07:50, so see the BT tower in the background as well. And again, if you've ever, you've got the train out of Euston, you'll be very familiar with those three tower blocks with the three coloured tops. No, it's good to see a bit of realism. And in the Dovetail games, in the Train Sim Classic West Coast Mainline South, you got the three tower blocks were there, but they just used really generic ones. So. All right, fantastic. Oh, that sounds like an interesting night. Well, it might happen at some point. All right, fantastic, amazing taste. It really is a good timetable, isn't it? It's added a lot of playability to this route, and even with this, just to be held up outside the station, it's not just a straight run. And we can all relate to real life runs where you're held outside the station. It just adds that bit of realism. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of routes, I mean, we're scratching the surface really in terms of what they've covered across the world, and we've hopefully got a Japanese line coming at some point, although it's kind of it doesn't excite me massively. It looks lovely, but it's kind of like a remote countryside feeling to it, vibes, the Tadami line. But there's so many countries, we've had Australians saying why can't they do Australian railways, and there's an absolute load to be covering. I think they're always going to concentrate a little bit on the UK because they're based in the UK, and there's always a plethora of German routes coming out because Train Sim Germany, TSG, they seem to produce stuff all the time. Ah, excellent. Right, so hopefully I should get a clearance anytime soon. I don't think there is actually, Simon. I don't know if there is on Train Sim Classic. I'm not sure that there is. Well, that's the signaller, but yeah, we're still waiting. Yeah, it'd be nice to... Oh, good evening, Andrew. Hello, welcome again. Be nice to see one or two more. I mean, I've got mixed feelings on the heritage lines because it's brilliant to see. I like the West Somerset Railway, absolutely gorgeous, lovely scenery, but you kind of get a bit frustrated at driving at 25 mile an hour. Yes, I think I did see that at Maze Tage, yeah. I mean, I'd love to see, eventually, to see either the Shinkansen, you know, one of the main bullet line routes, or a Tokyo, sort of a Tokyo commuter route type of thing. I've been tempted to buy the Train Sim Classic Tokyo commuter thing that's come out, which, you know, it looks pretty good, but I've kind of resisted so far. Wow, you're way off the blocks, faster than me. I'm still waiting for clearance. It seems as though it's been an absolute age. So I don't know if you perhaps just started a bit quicker out of Euston than me. Out of Milton Keynes. Right, aha, we've got clearance at last. Be lovely to know, wouldn't it, at this stage? I thought, you know, what's my score currently, and have I got a chance of making it? Ah, excellent, yeah. Try not overspeed as we come down Camden Bank. He says. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of mods of the sort of the 801, 802 in the game on Creators Club, and you can certainly do runs. You could certainly do runs over to Reading with that. But we just need the catenary putting in, really. Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty decent, and I mean I'm holding off a little bit with Train Sim Classic at the moment because there's so much stuff coming out. So intrigued by intrigued by the new 755 pack off Alan Thompson Sim and the new Armstrong Powerhouse HST pack, the Valenta. I mean, it sounds absolutely gorgeous, and I know Tom from Train Sim TV said it's one of the best things, probably the best thing they've ever brought out, which is quite an accolade. But I'm sort of, at the moment, I'm just kind of holding the funds off a little bit, because there is so much stuff coming out for Train Sim World, and you've kind of got to stop somewhere. You can't get everything, but I'd love to get perhaps if it comes out in a sale, maybe the Tokyo route. I'd love there to be the very sort of core part of I'd love the core part of the Tokyo route. I think there's a couple, isn't there? Like the Yamanote line. There's kind of one with a green stripe and one with a blue stripe. I'd love for that to be come out for Train Sim World. Does that sort of dent you to go if you've ever seen that, which unfortunately is quite difficult to get hold of because it's only available in Japan. Right, okay. Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? Don't always believe everything that you read on the internet, I suppose. It's a bit stuttery coming into London Euston there. So we'll find out the scores in a moment. So 14.010 is the score to beat. I mean, I was fairly pleased with the run, really. I sped over a little bit a couple of times coming into Camden Bank, and I'll blame the stutteriness, but oh wow, how close can you get there? Wow, wow, wow. And it might have been just those, yeah, 32 points knocked off of speeding. So if you add that on, where are we? 14, 18. Oh crikey, that was literally it. That was the difference. Well done, Amaze Taze. That was incredibly close. So that's 1-0 to you. I'm still convinced that one of these weeks we're going to do a run where we both get the same score. All right, good point, mate. I'll have a look. Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah, I wrote down on my notes. I've wrote down to Papa 44, but it's the 1614 anyway. 4 Oaks to Redditch. So yeah, it might be me scribbling it down wrong. The next one's going to be a bit more demanding, with it being the usual sort of all stopping kind of scenario, but this will be a bit more challenging. All right, fantastic. Yeah, marvellous. And what I have finally remembered to do, because I was having a look at it earlier on, and I was struck by, I've got all these Centro liveried 323s, so I've kind of uninstalled the that livery because it looks quite nice, but it feels unnatural to have loads of them. There was only kind of the one that was repainted in more recent times into those colours. But yeah, you never know. the average Irish train spotter. We might get an Irish route at some point. I'll have to keep listening out. Oh, right, that's what you're doing now, is it? Yeah. What do you think of the Cardiff commuter route? I don't know. I was a bit harsh on it really when I did the review. I think I felt I was in a bit of a bad mood when I bought that route. It kind of just felt as though it was just. I mean, it's quite nice in many ways, but it was kind of lacking proper endpoints. Ah, same as me, Lee. Same as me. I finish. Well, I finished Thursday technically, so I'm scheduled for an absolutely mad 4 days building up to that. Then I'm off on Friday to get my car service, so looking forward to the joys of the expense of that. Then it's the cup final on Saturday, so I always enjoy settling down to watch the cup final. Sunday it'll be the live stream, and then I'm off the following week, and I've got a few days away. Yeah, I mean it would have been nice. I mean, you were saying about the IETs, and I mean it was. I'm kind of okay with there being sort of GWR HSTs in there, but it would have made sense to have put those in. Yeah, and other bits of stock as well. But it would have been particularly good, I think, if they could have had a few proper endpoints. And I think a big one for me would have been Barry Island. It would have made a nice little branch. And you kind of want some of these branches to have their logical endpoints on, rather than doing sort of nowhere to nowhere, as I always say. So we're going to look at this Cross-City timetable from 2021. So we'll do the usual thing. We'll put a bit of cloud in. Why not? I've forgotten what time I said it was now. 16:14, wasn't it? Yeah, it's quite a flick through the timetable, but there's so many. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. I need to go to the opticians and Maze Tays. Yeah, 4 Oaks to Redditch, 2 Romeo 44. Yeah, well, it all seems to be really, really settled and dry. And when I looked the other day, I think, as far as I could gather, it was possibly, there was the suggestion of rain on Thursday, but I mean it's that far off. You're kind of not sure about weather forecast that far in advance. Can't recall if there's a DVD in this thing or not. Don't think there is there? Oh, right, okay, yeah, we can do it with the shift and enter. So we're due away at 16:16. So where are we stopping at with this? So Sutton Coldfield, Wild Green, Chester Road, Erdington, Gravelly Hill, Aston, Duddeston, Birmingham New Street, Five Ways, University, Sally Oak, Bourneville for the Cadbury chocolate factory, Kings Norton, Northfield, Longbridge, Bark Green, Overchurch and Redditch. So quite a long run all told. Yeah, day headlights I think we need, don't we? But it's an age actually since I've done a proper run on with the 323. I mean, I loved it when it first came out, but massively lacking in terms of traffic. And then suddenly this fantastic mod has come out from Trag, and we've suddenly got an amazing timetable. So I've no idea what stop we're going to get on this run. But hopefully we're kind of heading into rush hour into New Street, so hopefully we're going to get something interesting, I'm sure. Oh, just saw that 35 in time. I've really been waiting for a kind of a decent timetable mod like this for years. I like the announcement. Shame it was a train kind of going in the opposite direction. Right, should we be seeing 144 012, the average train spotter, Irish train spotter, sorry. I mean, I quite liked this route when it came out for Train Sim Classic, but it's so much better for Train Sim World. Oh, right, okay. I see what you mean. Quite a few of the 144 seem to be bought up and used for all sorts of different things, haven't they? With things like, I don't know if I'm exactly right in saying mobile libraries, but they seem to have been built up for all sorts of stuff. So I've got the job now of trying to read the chat and concentrate on coming to these platforms at roughly about the right time. All right, excellently. You are busy chap. All right, okay. Sounds a bit harsh. So we've got Chester Road next. Yeah, probably sad but true. It's kind of quite nice to drive though, the 323. Of course, we are a 6-car unit, aren't we? So try and get to about the end of the platform. That should be about right. Okay, nice. Like kind of, you know, the fact they bothered to put the fencing in around the car park. Right. Yeah, I mean, you could have that thing actually. I think Matt Pendleton spent ages in the preview stream for that Cardiff City network, piecing together all the some of the units. I'll be interested to. I mean, I've got no idea what's going to happen, but it'll be interesting to see what it's like in terms of the busyness of Birmingham New Street. And I'm hoping we at least get a cross-country HSD representing the Voyagers, either before New Street or on the run between New Street and Bromsgrove. At least the passengers get on and off on this route anyway. This seems to be one of the older routes that wasn't broke. Perhaps it's because it wasn't released Train World 5. They seem to be walking quite logically as well. There's no kind of really strange, awkward movements, which doesn't happen very often in Train Sim World. So we're coming towards Gravelly Hill, and that's basically Spaghetti Junction, isn't it? Or the edge of it. The Gravelly Hill interchange. So we've only really seen 323s on. I thought I'd take that Centro thing out. That's annoyed me. Unless I actually own the that official one that was brought out, but I don't recall ever buying that. Of this sort of spring evening sunshine, which is kind of exactly how it is in real life at the moment. And it's not like the East Coastway where you get, it seems like you get millions of people getting on and off at every station. That feels like totally unrealistic as well. So we're coming towards Aston. So I've definitely had a revitalised interest in this route since SpikeyYorks did that lovely scenario that we did the other week with the West Midlands Railway. Well, it was a 710 really, representing a 730, but it was good fun. And then now this brilliant amended timetable. All right, marvellous. Yeah, I'm just about with it, I think. But it's damn difficult to keep absolutely to time. And I've got a suspicion that's an improvement, because I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling when I've played this before with the original timetable, I think you're twiddling your thumbs. I think you get to stations and you've got like 2 minutes to wait and stuff like that. So again, they've obviously tightened up the timetable to make it a good deal more challenging. Another masterpiece in terms of the mods that are available on Trains and Community. Where would we be without that particular website and the hard work from the brilliant people that have worked on all these routes? I mean, this has got the mod installed as well from, I think it's Bescot, which is obviously, Bescot itself is kind of local to this line, but that's his name on Trains and Community. See, I'm a bit slow coming into the 20. I mean, it's just round the corner here, but so I might be all right just coming into Aston. It's not giving me much in it. I mean, so far the traffic doesn't seem as though it's quite as exciting as it was on that run, but it'd be interesting to see what it's like around New Street itself. I mean, I showed a few bits on the intro with how busy Birmingham New Street is now. So sadly, I mean, over here somewhere we should have Aston Villa's football ground, but it's not in the game. Love that though with the canal. It was on originally right at the start, Scooby, but maybe he's just watching and not doing the announcements tonight. Yeah, this is the Cross-City line, Lloyd. So Lichfield to Redditch or Bromsgrove, depending on your choice. But this is now the PC mod that came out a few days ago off the Trains and Community website. So as opposed to Birmingham New Street being dead, we're going to see a whole variety of stock. Yeah, well, I think I think Dovetail Games would probably be quite happy with that in a way, although of course you kind of got to release them in some sort of workable state, but it's almost an excuse for them not to do the work on it. We're gradually moving towards the phase, I think, where I think they're accepting that if you've got an older console, then it's hardly much point in playing the game because you're not going to be able to get it to do what you want it to do. Yeah, absolutely, Lloyd. It's I mean, this is a route I've not played on in months, and I've kind of got no interest in it because it always felt every time you came into New Street, it was like a ghost town. So this has made an absolute world of a difference. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you as you quite rightly said, you know, for anybody that's moaning that it doesn't work on the console, buy a PC, which, you know, I kind of get. I mean, I'm conscious too. I mean, I know you were upgrading your computer, but I mean, at the moment it works all right for me, but I could very easily foresee a point, you know, even in the next 6 to 12 months where it might start struggling. I mean, it is a five-year-old system that I'm using now, so it was good back in its day, but I think you're taking the right step, just trying to upgrade it gradually. Right, so we've got the excitement of Birmingham New Street coming up now. And of course, it's still a massive market, isn't it, for Trains World? I think they still sell far more copies of the game to the console users than they do the PCs. So, I mean, I guess waiting for the next thing, are we? I'm trying to think of the name of the junction that's coming up, but it's quite an interesting name. I can't think what it is. As we join the West Coast Main Line, so of course this is both the Walsall route as well that we're coming in from now. That's known as getting to 30 miles an hour by the skin of my teeth. I nearly missed that one. Now we've got a 158 Transport for Wales, probably come from Holyhead. I think some of them go via Chester and then miss out Crewe and go Shrewsbury and then Wolverhampton before rejoining the West Coast Main Line again. And on Great British Railways with Michael Portello the other week, he showed you around the side Curzon Street with all the stuff that's going on there. That'll be quite exciting when that happens in real life. I'm being again a bit cautious, really. I mean, it's 30 mile an hour, a bit further down. It's funny that we're on slightly uphill, but you think we're dropping down. It's 15 here, and then it's virtually immediately 10 through the tunnels. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? You really are crawling. And it wouldn't be so bad if you were on the flat, because you could kind of, you feel as though you need a cruise control here, because it's difficult to keep your concentration level Good evening, Andrew. Hello, welcome to the chat. Just coming into the exciting part, really, Birmingham New Street. The all-new busy Birmingham New Street, now that we've got this superb add-on, timetable mod from Trag on Train Sim Community. Hope you're well, and again, I hope it's nice and sunny in Scotland. I think it is pretty much anywhere in the UK, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful, beautiful weather. Could be July or August, couldn't it? Well, that's one of the new... I thought that was one of the new cross-country livery ones there, but is it the new West Midlands Railway livery? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, it's not a bank holiday this weekend, but yeah, I'm doing well. The weather's good. Yeah, it really is. Whereabouts are you, Lloyd? So let's have a look, see what we've got in New Street. If we can get our cameras into nice position. So we've got a 170 there, West Midlands Railway livery. We've got a 170 in cross-country livery. They'll be on the Nottingham services. We've got a 323. We've got a 350. Another 350, and we've got a Pendolino on a London Euston service. That's not due away for another 7 minutes. So we got green, which is good for go. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, so you are on the Glasgow commuter network, aren't you, Lloyd? Yeah, that's right. It's great, isn't it? Another bank holiday. So I've literally got the week off after next weekend, and that's the beauty of it. I've got the oh, there's a nice cross-country 170 coming in. I've got the and then I don't go back until the bank holiday, and then better still, I do 3 days then, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I've got the Friday off. I'm off to an air show, the Midlands Air Festival at Ragley Hall, so looking forward to that. I'll do a bit of filming then. Hope the weather will hold up really that far, because it's quite a way off. But if the weather's good, we've got a good kind of show lined up. There's kind of balloon takeoffs, there's evening flying as well with fireworks, there's a fireworks display at the end as well. All right, didn't realise that, Andrew. I didn't know that. It did make me think the other day, actually. Speaking of the Scotland stuff, but I own the Class 318 for Train Sim Classic, and I bought it in the sale, I think Armstrong Powerhouse, but it wasn't last Christmas. It was the Christmas before. It might not even have been a sale, but I certainly bought it. I've never run it, and I must get round to doing it because there's some cracking scenarios with announcements and all sorts. Ah, lovely, lovely, Lee. Yeah, I think I can't make my mind up sometimes whether I love work or hate work, but at least we can always look forward to the holidays. Good evening, Christopher. Yes, hello, welcome. Hope you had a nice tea out and you've enjoyed the sunshine. No, Dan's let me down tonight, actually. He's gone out for the afternoon. He's gone out for a drink with his mates. So no trolley, no coffee, no coffee, nothing. So I'm going to have to make my own at some point. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm about 30 seconds late now. May says it was kind of difficult that run into New Street, just getting it just right. When I was doing the recordings earlier on for the intro, I heard that announcement from Anne Jeremy there. They're saying, obviously it's just a random thing that's been put on with the mod, but saying, we're very sorry that the 0922 service to Bromsgrove is running blah blah minutes late. And thinking, I think it's running about 7 hours too late, isn't it? Oh, very much so, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Christopher, yeah. Yes. Yeah, Birmingham's, yeah, so busy, isn't it? And, I mean, I remember back in the early 80s, and okay, there was even more diesel fumes and stuff going on then, but you got all the changeover of the trains with the from electric to diesel, you know, anything from 47s to 50s, all sorts were going on. Ah, there we are, we've got a cross-country HST. Yeah, glad to see that. Yeah, just to say, Christopher, but May says won the first run, but I think there was something like 30 odd points in it. It was very, very close. And then I realised I had a tiny bit of speeding for a few seconds coming into Euston, and that was that's what cost me the 30 odd points. Here we are coming into university. So when I did that Busy Birmingham scenario the other week, of course, this was our starting point. And you've got the hospital and everything represented here. There we go, that's an interesting view of the brick wall, but we've got you've got all the as well as the university, you've got all the hospital buildings. It looks a bit like a cruise ship, I think, at times. We can get the right angle on them. Can't quite see them properly from here, but they are in the game. It is indeed. You're absolutely right, Christopher. Yeah, it certainly is. But it's interesting that some of these contests are getting close, and we're waiting for the time when we get a dead heat, and you know, there's no penalty shootouts in this thing. Oh right. Are you certain of your stopping pattern? So in other words, obviously, I mean, I think in our run we're stopping at every station, but you could have a service where you're not stopping at every station. So it's kind of a little reminder to the driver, don't go sailing through, well, you know, a bit like I tend to do. Remember where you're supposed to be stopping at. I'm capable of ignoring every sign going. Going into Sally Oak. And when we come into Bourneville, of course, it looks very much like a bar of dairy milk. That's not too far off. Going in a bit on the slow side here. Good evening, AJT 2013. Yeah, well, it was always the way with this timetable originally, Andrew. It was used to be dead easy at one time, but I think with this new mod, I think he's tightened things up a bit. But yeah, I totally agree on the football front. It's, I mean, I've not even looked. I know it was Liverpool Arsenal, wasn't it, this afternoon? But I think now the title's been decided, the relegation. It's kind of all feels all a bit irrelevant. We're all waiting for the cup final now. Ah, excellent. You were there. You're there before me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm quite looking forward to that, though. Must admit, the Europa League final. And I was saying to somebody at work, oh, that'd be great, you know, an all British Europa League final. And me mate at work says, "What do you mean it'll be great? It's Man United against Spurs. The way they've played this season, how can that be great?" And I thought, well, I know what you mean, but it's nice from a partisan point of view. Yeah, so here we go. Here's the dairy milk coated station, which is beautifully done in terms of the artwork and everything else. think I'm slipping a bit on this timetable though. Well, we've got to support Spurs, haven't we? With particularly with Amaze Tays being here as well. I think it'd be nice as well. Just it's a nice shot, isn't it? You've got the canal going on there, and we're kind of, again, we're not quite in the right angle, but the factory is nicely represented as well. Yeah, they'll be chewing out all the facts on when the last time Spurs last won a major trophy. I know it was the League Cup, but I've forgotten the year. It was fairly early into the new Wembley, wasn't it? Was it either 2008, 2009, wasn't it? Something like that. All right, excellent, Andrew. Yeah, I've never been round the Cadbury World, actually. Love to do that sometime. I'm still convinced it's a bit like Willy Wonka, really. And you know, you've got a load of Oompa Loompas. Haha, yes indeed. I mean, I'm sure there's some people watching the stream who kind of don't even remember there being the old Wembley and the Twin Towers. Of course, that was, I think it was 2007 when it first came in, the new Wembley and the Arch. We just need a Voyager for this route now, don't we? I mean, I'm not a great fan of travelling on them in real life, but they are such a commonplace sight on the railway network. It would be nice to see them in the game. Yes, indeed, Lee. Yes, it's a historic year, and of course they're advertising that constantly now, aren't they? But that's the Stockton and Darlington Railway. Oh, actually, I should. Oh, I shouldn't now. I think, again, I love Jago Hazard's videos. I think he's just done one on the importance of the Stockton and Darlington Railway. Now, he's all right, Christopher. He can he can look at the chat. All right, interesting. Actually, of course, I must confess, I've seen the bit that's been on the news about Thomas the Tank Engine this week, because it's 80 years, isn't it, since the Reverend Audrey brought out his books, and they've discovered an old recording of the original TV series the pilot episode. They've kind of dusted it off and made it into watchable viewing, and they've redone it now, and that made it onto both BBC and ITV News. Yeah, it could be. I don't know whether it's approach control, because you get into this situation where these 4 lines, of course, merge into 2, don't they, at some point? But I can't remember if that's just yet. Yeah, me too, Lee. I mean, I never had absolutely loads of them, but I remember having 1 or 2 of them. My favourite was. Oh, there we go. Well spotted, Andrew. Yeah, there you have it. You're watching the signals more than me, and I'm driving. But yeah, I seem to remember having one about Henry, the green engine. It was a story about the fact that he needed special Welsh coal. Yes, of course, yeah. Yeah, it seems strange, doesn't it, to think all that industry is not really. I don't know if there's anything there nowadays. This bit around here is parkland. So we'll take note of the fact that we've got a single yellow. Just about remember the cross-city lines in the early 80s, these being DMUs. I think they were they 116s, but they were certainly old stock. I mean, you still get diesel fumes at Birmingham New Street at platform level, but it was kind of a million times more in the in the 1980s. So I'm not ignoring the red signal, but it's after the platform, so we've got to stop at Longbridge anyway. Well, you know, if it was free, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it might come in at a sale. The one thing I can virtually guarantee is that I'm sure they'll have plans to do something else with it and kind of extend it, more than likely anyway. Although, having said that, DTG sometimes have got a tendency to dip in and out of new things and never revisit them, but I suspect it's been pretty popular, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get another add-on for it at some point. I'm always trying, when I buy add-ons, I'm kind of looking at things, I'm thinking, you know, am I going to run it again? And I'm kind of reluctant to buy something that is a bit of a novelty thing where I'll ride it once and then never again. Right, here's Longbridge. So it's, where are we now? It's on this side, isn't it? The what was the factory and everything. Yeah, and a bit basic, the scenery when you get out into the sticks a little bit. Oh, there we go. We got a green. We're okay. Yeah, I think so. I think. I mean, you know, I know the Mace Tay's not greatly enamoured with the with Thomas the Tank Engine coming out, and I think he feels that Dovetail Games have, you know, spent probably a bit too much time on that when they could have been doing other stuff. But it's definitely got to be good for the young audience, hasn't it? And anything that keeps people interested in trains, and it's kind of good to see trains being on the news as well in a positive sense, because usually whenever trains are on the telly, it's usually about price rises and delays and not nice things. All right, no, I've missed that one, Andrew. I saw what did pop up, and I hope I liked it. Was the Solo Class 20 that you got coming through? As you said, he is a chopper. But yeah, it's good, the stuff that you do, though. It's great to see you getting out and about and recording these things. I keep meaning to, well, I do keep checking time to time the timetables, and I must make sure if we get something like a Class 86 coming through in my neck of the woods on a rail tour, I want to make sure I see it. All right, okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no, that is interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised really. I thought it would do pretty well, but again, it kind of just shows, you know, where the market is and how news of these things spread. Perhaps they just didn't advertise in the right places. I mean, maybe it's a sign of the times, and that perhaps Thomas the Tank Engine maybe means more to people of our age than it does to the youngsters out there. I thought I pressed... Did I miss the AWS? Oh, crikey, I'm going to get some points knocked off of that, aren't I? All right, interesting, Andrew. Crikey, you do get about the Sugar Babes. I remember the Sugar Babes. Yeah, well, there's absolutely nothing stopping you from firing it up and running it from Euston to Milton Keynes anyway. Not sure what livery that is that we've got installed there. Oh, ScotRail. There we go. Shows we've got all sorts of mods installed. With Bark Green. Yeah, well, it probably would. It'd probably be a bit like sticking a Class 08 shunter on the front. No, it's a 323, Andrew. I can't even remember why I've got that installed. I mean, I don't think there were 3-2. I mean, people have sometimes done scenarios where they put other bits and pieces in just to add a bit of interest. Now, we're not going 15 mile an hour all the way to Redditch, you'll be glad to know. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for sort of other stock being reskins and stuff, just to add a bit of interest to other routes. Right, now we're up to 40. Ah, right, fantastic, Andrew. Yes, of course, for Train Sim Classic, yeah. I must actually give Network Scott East a run again, because there's some cracking stuff on that for Train Sim Classic. Well, I was going to say I haven't got a Scooby, Christopher, but maybe Scooby might know. Yeah, I kind of don't know them so much on the in Scotland. I certainly remember them out of King's Cross. Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. I think because I mean, obviously, like you've said many times, haven't you, Mace Tays? But I'm sure Matt Pedleston would love to have a Greater Anglia route in the game. It's kind of one of his routes that he's rattled on about quite a bit. Yes, they're kind of short-lived, aren't they? I mean, are they still? Do you still see 365s in Scotland? Something slightly strange going on with the. I don't know if it's my mod or what it is, but I've kind of opened and shut the doors, and I've locked it at the right times, and then it's saying unlock the doors, but I don't know. Did he really? Wow. I missed that one. What did he say, Mace Tays? All right, fantastic. Of which, of course, you are very much in the World Championship class, aren't you? I know we've talked about this before, haven't we, in recent weeks? No, the grand old units, it feels as though, you know, they still have plenty of use in them, so it's a shame you don't see them out and about nowadays. Oh, I love a flirt, Andrew. Well, there we go. Well, that's not too slow, is it? Sadly, I went into emergency brake mode briefly for a second there. I think you got this one in the bag, Mace Tays. Oh, Ages. I mean, you know, it's not too bad if you think that you know, you're driving a 350. Okay, they can go at you know, 100 mile an hour, some of them 110, but you know, I don't know, probably an hour and a half, I guess. Yeah, you do very well. All right, Dan. Yeah, you had a nice time. Cheers, Dan. Well, there we go. We've got a coffee delivery from Dan. I thought he'd come in. I heard him rattling about. Cracky, that's a hot coffee. Oh, marvellous. I don't know whether it's a slight glitch that I've got with the mod that I've installed, but it's not kind of counting down the yards to the end of the platform. It's kind of saying unlock doors, and it seems to have slightly gone out of sync, but we're getting quite near to here quite soon when I go to Ragley Hall for the Midlands Festival. And I think to cap it all, I've been caught out by the AWS ramps at the end as well. Alright, yeah, that's an old the name, yeah, Renault 5, yeah, certainly remember that. No, it says unlock doors. We've just unlocked Oh, well, I won't be too upset if we don't end up with a final score on this.
Attention please. This is a public announcement. Criminals are known to operate in this area. For your own safety, please ensure that all your valuables are kept secure and out of sight.
Ah, there we go. Ah, we have got a score in the end. Just took a bit of time. I don't think that's going to be a prize winning score. 15,180. Oh, wow. Oh, crikey. Oh, wow. Amazed Taze. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. I think I did all right with the speed limits mainly. Well, it was tough. Okay, I'm saying that I got 65 points knocked off, but some of the driving wasn't exactly for the very best. But there we go. That's 1-1, much to my huge surprise. I did, amazingly. It seems sometimes the ones where I think I've done the worst run going known to mankind are the ones that I seem to win. Very odd. I'm just going to knock my light on. It's going to slide. It's not getting dark, but it's. I'm getting to the point where I need to see things. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, it's always good to do these contests. I know we've said it before, but it'd be lovely if we could get one or two more to have a go at doing this, and it'd be interesting. We could have at some point. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, but we'll get a a run of scores together. So what are we doing next? So we're still on the Cross-City line, but we're doing Bromsgrove to Birmingham New Street. So assuming I've wrote it down right, it's 1 Mike 57, the 0841, Bromsgrove to Birmingham New Street. But yeah, thank you very much. It's a funny old little stretch there is coming into Reading. It kind of takes you by surprise. You're kind of going along slow anyway, but it's, yeah. Ah, right, the Lotus. I think I said the last time you mentioned the Lotus, Christopher. I always think of The Spy Who Loved Me. That was the Lotus, wasn't it? I must put some oil on this chair one of these weeks. All that creaking about, it's not me bones, I promise you. Yes, indeed. Yeah, all to play for. And how are we doing time-wise as well? We're working out well, aren't we? So we're about, what, 2 hours 16 in. All right. Hayley's live. She mentioned she was on earlier, wasn't she? She's doing a ice service Lübeck to Hamburg. Oh, I know, that's right. Yeah, well, he rushed back to make sure he could make it for me. I presume so, Lee. Yeah, it just flashed up on my phone. I do apologise, by the way. I mean, I'm subscribed to you, but I kind of spend that much time sort of faffing about with the game myself, but I don't get the chance to, sometimes I've popped in and had a look at some of your videos. Very good they are too, but it's just trying to find the time with all these things. Alright, so we're doing the 170 this time. So it's going to be the West Midlands Railway one, I think. And what did I say? It was 1 Mike 57. So we're going to have a bit of the Licky incline at the start, which I think is it the tallest, the steepest bit of railway track in the country, I think, isn't it? Excellently. I mean, the thing is, Lee, it doesn't. I mean, if you mean doing the same run, it doesn't really matter as long as it's, you know, the same run. But I think the only issue is if you were going to do this particular run, this is a one that's on that timetable mod. Yeah, well, we'll try and get something a bit of interest in there. Yeah, so this is Bromsgrove. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we must have a go at doing a freight run. I don't know if there are any freight runs on this, but yeah. And you think as well back to Steve days, don't you? No, we have actually got a freight lined up. It's going to be a Milton Keynes to Wembley with a HOA. Now, Amaze last week said, could we do a HOA that's loaded? But they're actually empty ones. I couldn't find one on the face of it with loaded. I could be wrong, but I've got a feeling. I think you have to get the. I know on Middle and Main Line you can actually load them up. This is one of the only trains, I think, perhaps the 158 as well, where we actually get a buzz from the guard. Yes, that's true. Yeah. The old treatment trains. Yeah, I have got that. Again, it's probably a pack I've not really taken advantage of. Yeah, you can see the steep gradient ahead of us. Yeah, I've seen some of those videos. You know, I think back in the day, even in the 80s, you used to have banker diesel engines at the back and literally would help to push it up the hill. Amazing, really. But even with this 170, we're going up such a steep gradient. I mean, we're on full throttle. We've got, you know, full brakes off and everything, but we can't get above 37 mile an hour, and then we sort of level out, don't we, about Barnt Green. But it did remind me. I was looking at the Middle and Main Line, and there are services where you actually have to load the hoppers at the start of the journey. So I must, again, it's not something I quite do impromptu because I haven't tried it, but I must give that a go at some point because that looks quite good. Don't worry, Amazed Days. I think it was, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but I had something similar. I got absolutely zero sound coming through my headphones, and you were saying, we can all hear, it's fine, but I had to reset it. Yeah, I mean, there's some weight behind, you know, you think of like the 66s, but I tell you what, I mean, if you're driving a freight, you'd absolutely dread getting an adverse signal, wouldn't you, along this stretch? You're thinking, please, signalman, make sure I'm running through. I seem to remember, I don't know why it's reminding me really, but there was Alan Thompson was interviewing some old retired driver, and he was talking about, I suppose it's talking about flogging trains really, but he was talking about one of the old, it was either an 81 or an 82, but he was kind of doing one of the old shunting moves to get stopped back to the depot, and then basically, because of the signals being held up, he more or less trashed the train. It was I don't think it was used again. We're only this is a relatively short run. We're only taking this as far as Birmingham New Street. There's a chance, I'm not sure yet, but there is a chance we might still have a time for another run after the freight service. But yeah, we're on a downhill stretch now, so you can see the speed picking up quite nicely now. Yeah, you feel as though, I mean, the signalmen obviously know the challenges for freight drivers, and I think a lot of those freight runs, it's got to be quite highly orchestrated, doesn't it? It's got to be planned. You can't really do things on the hoof. Well, we've definitely got one more run. That's the thing, though, isn't it? You know, it's in actual fact, it could still end up being level, so it's only 1-1 at the moment. But we'll see how we go with the next run. I mean, that's Milton Keynes to Wembley. I mean, that's just over an hour, but I think there might be time for another one after that. It could still yet be an honourable draw. And I know, of course, a lot of the, well, I say a lot, all of the freight trains wouldn't actually obviously go into Birmingham New Street. They would converge, I think it's the Camp Hill lines, isn't it? Absolutely. Oh, definitely right. I tell you what, it's a warm old evening. Yeah, I must confess here, I hadn't really given much thought to the fact that I was thinking this might be a non-stop run into Birmingham New Street, but in actual fact we've got that one stop ahead of us first at university. Haha, yes indeed. Haha, yes. Yeah, it's called the Camp. Is it Camp Hill? I'm right in saying. I think actually, I think a fair bit of it's actually in the game as well, but with no scenery. I'm guessing. So I'm going to be trying to be good and get down to 45 mile an hour when we get there. Such a different experience driving this line with the 170, but at least you get a decent view from the cab. Yeah, there we go. That's where they branch away, don't they? There's a fair bit of line on this route. I mean, I think the depot at Soho on the main line is actually kind of in the game, but I think they probably intended maybe to begin with to bring it out. I presume there is. I mean, it just tell you kind of where you've come a cropper and where it's knocked off. But I don't know whether it actually technically says what a kind of as you say, a flawless score would be. It'd be good if it did, really, because you kind of know what you were aiming for then. I think you could do a lot worse than Crewe myself, which, you know, just happens to be up the road from me, but there's always something going on at Crewe. I've seen these mad people that actually have spent the night on stations as well. I mean, somewhere like Rugby as well would be quite interesting on the West Coast Main Line too. Being way too cautious with the stopping for this university. I think I'm kind of conscious that I'm likely to miss it. Yeah, York could be a fabulous one as well. I mean, on the rare occasions when I've been bored, which I can see the hospital a bit better on the left there, which is not very often. And you know, me and Dan have sat watching the rail cams, usually with crew. York's has been one. I mean, actually, thinking about it, you know, Birmingham New Street's similar in terms of busyness as well. You know, if you're from the southwest, you'd probably say Bristol Temple Meads. I mean, actually, I mean, the other point is, I mean, I'm kind of thinking like, you know, stations that are like really busy, but I mean, you've also got your Airbnbs and your railway cottages that you can actually spend the night on a station. And I think we mentioned it before, but G Loves Trains, there's a video on her fabulous channel where she spent the night on somewhere on the Settle and Carlisle line, and I think she got some snow as well, and it was just before Christmas one year. Yeah, it is. And again, I think... well, actually, I'm being a bit premature locking me doors. I'm getting open again. Yeah, Stratford. I mean, Stratford's a jewel in the crown on Trains and World as well, isn't it? And, you know, I'm not saying we could do a 24-hour video, but you actually could easily do an hour's video where, and it'd be an easy one to put up, where, you know, sort of no commentary, and you just watch the trains coming through. Yeah, I think the station's been heavily rebuilt in recent times. And I do like the variety as well with Stratford as well. It's, you know, it's not just the same sort of trains. You've got your Greater Anglia stuff, you've got the Elizabeth line, you've got the London Overground, you've got the tube stuff as well. You've got the Docklands Light Rail. You've got plenty of freight. Actually, it probably wins, really thinking about it. Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely adore Glasgow Central Station, and it's one of those stations again where, you know, you stand by the clock face, and you could be in the same scene from 50 years ago. Yeah, Paddington's an amazing station as well. Again, quite nice as it goes towards night time, and you get the night Riviera at sleepers setting off. Yeah, we've got. I mean, I don't own it, but we've got multiplayer in SimRail. I mean, it's quite a good thing, but on the other hand, you know, you're not going to get masses of interaction, are you? You just literally at one point in the journey, you're going to see, you know, somebody coming through. And I think in SimRail, they've got the ability to control the timetable, the signals as well. So I think somebody's pointed out you could actually get a road signalman who could block everybody's services. Yes, indeed. Must confess, I've only seen clips of them, and I've seen a couple of clips of him at Paddington Station, and I saw that one with the Queen as well, and it brought a tear to my eye almost. It was so good. But again, another amazing station. Such character. Isambard Kingdom Brunel sitting watching over what he built with a great statue. I think my brother used to quite fancy the announcer at Glasgow Central as well. He thought she had such an incredible voice. And then we saw a clip of her a couple of years back in that sort of documentary thing, docu-series that was on Glasgow Central. He's changed his mind, but she's still got a lovely voice. Oh yeah, lovely station, and it's kind of, again, it's got real character because it's set above, high above the town as well. I think I'm right in saying Shrewsbury is one of those stations that years ago used to have a great deal more of a canopy than it does now. And I've only caught a couple of... I'm sort of equidistant really between Shrewsbury and Crewe. Well, Stoke and Crewe are nearer to me really, but I was so desperate to make sure I didn't go faster than 10 mile an hour that I put the brakes on far too early. See a Pendolino racing its way in. But yeah, I've only caught a couple of trains from Shrewsbury. Yeah, definitely right, Christopher. It's almost worth doing your time just to take it all in. But maybe that's taking things a bit too far. Still getting downhill, even on this stretch. It's an impossibility keeping it below 10 mile an hour, but it kind of feels like it. And this is one of those platforms as well where we're coming into 10B, And then you can see there's another train in 10A. They share the platform such a lot. Yeah, definitely.
Of the 10:43 service to Lichfield, Trent Valley via Birmingham New Street, Cornwall, Northfield, Kings Norton, Bourneville, Selly Oak, University, Five Ways, Birmingham New Street, Aston, Gravelly Hill, Birdington, Chester Road, Wild Green, Sutton Coldfield, Four Oaks, Butlers Lane, Blake Street, Lichfield City, and Lichfield Trent Valley. This train has 3 carriages. Change at Bourneville for Cadbury World.
Love to see more announcements in the game. Oh, we can't. Can we get to it from the... Wait, see, again it's busy. There's a Pendolino over there. Dun 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 dun, and the final score is dun 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 dun. Not a very good drum roll from me, is it? And we're going to be very similar timing as well, because mine's just about to come up with an end result. Oh, right, you're going to be able to tell me. Oh, it seems like quite a low score, actually. Need to find some sound effect, don't I? I bet there's some freeware ones knocking about on the YouTube music thing. Oh my word, another close one. Well done. There you are. 4859 and 4891 to you. That's you edging in front at 2-1. And yeah, again, looking at the speeding, 32.5, I got knocked off. Yeah, the rest of it doesn't look too bad. But yeah, close, but well done. And there you go. I'm getting my scores wrong here anyway, aren't I? I've just thought. Aren't I? Wait a minute, no. Are we right? Wait a minute. What do? Yeah, no, that was the third one, wasn't it? Yeah, 1-1. So you're in front at 2-1. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. I don't know what's wrong with the point of peace like they used to have. You know, it's like the old the charity shield. It's like, you know, used to have a thing where if it was a draw in August, one team would share the shield for half the season, and the other team would share it for the rest of the season. Of course, nowadays you go straight to a penalty shootout. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, time-wise, anyway, I can't remember how long this freight run is, but I seem to remember we might be able to fit a cheeky little short run in at the end, I think. And that'll be the equivalent to the penalty shootout, because it'll be like a sprint run. Yeah, Brill. No, that was a good run from you there. Very, very well done. But yeah, you're liking the new timetable. Certainly made it a lot more interesting. I mean, I think there is freight stuff on some of the runs. I forget how many. There isn't any drivable ones on it, but there is some AI freight runs. But I've yet to see one. Yeah, well, it's a bit of a trek. It's a HOA, so it's yes, it's the timetable that we're using is the West Coast Main Line cargo line intermodal. Although it's a HOA, but they are empties, so yeah, it's 6 Victor 40 0820. But yeah, I was trying to meandering my way through all the various timetables earlier on. I thought, which has got what? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, cargo line 2024 intermodal. Interesting to find, actually, they've got a class 50, by the way, on a some sort of freight run. That might be a cheeky little one to do at some point. I have, Lee. Yeah, he's been going around for a while. Yeah, here we go. 0820. So, what did we say? Was this the one? Did I write the number down right? 6V. Well, wasn't 6V40, it's 6V49. There we go. Northampton Castle Yard to Acton Yard. That's the one anyway. So that's a 56-minute run. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, mateys. That'd be great. Oh, I don't think that matters, Christopher. Who wants to grow up? Make sure we got day running on. I love the graffiti that you've got on this. So unfortunately it's an empty one, so yeah, but actually, I did mean to do a free roam video on with the D stock on West. I mean, you'd only be able to do it probably you could do it in theory Watford Junction to Queen's Park, but I mean, you'd never really see that happening in real life, because it obviously couldn't carry on at the Bakerloo line because it'd get its head chopped off trying to get at the tunnels. All right, yeah, that's going back a bit, Lee. Well, I've set this as cloudy, and now I'm thinking it looks a bit grim. Come on, let's have a bit of sunshine. And no, I agree with you 100%, Christopher. And, my brother can certainly testify to the fact that I can be a bit bonkers sometimes. I know, absolutely, yeah. Will the pressure get to me? That's the thing. Will I be able to stand up to it? I don't know. But I will but try. Absolutely. That's right. I will. The thing they're always, I mean, with freight runs, if you get a clear run and you don't really get any adverse signals, then it's relatively straightforward. But the concern is always when you have to put brakes on, because I'm always conscious of making sure that put the brakes on quite heavily, and then of course you tend to bring it to a halt too quickly. All right, marvellously. Speaking of free stuff, I mean, another thing I just haven't got round to learning properly yet is, I mean, I've got the free TGV add-on, you know, which is really good, but my goodness, it takes God knows how many steps just to get the thing set up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all very, very accurately modelled. So yeah, it'll make a massive difference if you're hauling a loaded freight train as opposed to a heavy one. I mean, amazed Taze did say last week about us doing a loaded one with the HOAs, but I only spent a few minutes looking through the timetable, but I couldn't see any on the face of it. I know there's definitely some on the middle and main line, and it's quite fun actually, because you have to load your train up. But okay, it'll probably take you 20 minutes getting through the sidings where you load your aggregates. And also, I mean, you've seen me getting stuck with trains a time or two, but the executive producer of Train Sim World 5, Tradesman World, Matt Pedleston, when they did a preview stream of the Mildmay line, he showed off the 378 and then he took the 66 out for a spin on it and did it in the snow, and he actually did get stuck in it, and it just could not get it past this section where it was going uphill a bit. He really tried, but he just couldn't get it moving. Interesting that we've got a stop at Tring as well. I don't know whether we had something like that last week, I can't remember, but I think we were getting the other direction, weren't we, as I recall. It's amazing these summer evenings though, isn't it? You know, even now, look out, okay, it's clouding over a bit, but you know, it's still light, and here we are at just gone 8 o'clock. Yeah, it must be. I mean, it's ideal commuting distance as well, isn't it? It's. I think it's actually classed as Hertfordshire, isn't it? But it can't be too far from the Oxfordshire border. But it's kind of like ideal commuting distance. You've got a regular train into Euston. You've got a regular train going the other way to Milton Keynes or to Birmingham or Northampton, so I'm sure it's quite highly sought after. Love the wagons. Yeah, let's hope so. Really got to keep an eye on. I mean, I don't know. Are we timetabled on this thing? Don't think we've got a. Doesn't look like we've got an actual timetable finish. So it's all about trying to keep to the speed limit, I think. Well, that gives. Even then, I'm not sure I'd necessarily come out on top. Yeah, very good. And what I might actually say as well is, if I can somehow manage to score an equaliser, last gasp, pulling it out of the fire, then I might actually suggest that you pick the decider. Yeah, I'm absolutely the same. And I didn't. I'm sure I've said this endlessly since we've been streaming, but I didn't really do a great deal of freight runs before I started streaming, because I think you load up the game and you kind of see, you know, 30 or 40 miles to your destination, no stops, and it didn't quite get me too excited. But I've really enjoyed the freight run since I've done it, and you know, I know people will always moan about the 66 being the, but it is at the end of the day the loco that you see everywhere. Yeah, that would be nice. I think was it Lucazone, Skyhook was saying they'd love to do a 68, I think, but was it a 68? No, it was a 60, wasn't it? But yeah, 68 would be nice. Perhaps we'll get the Chiltern main line as well. That would be quite nice for the, go with the 68. Oh wow, did you see? Got a bit of blurry textures there, didn't we? I've never seen that before. Looked momentarily as though the train was a ghost and then reappeared again. And I am conscious now, I mean, this is where it gets slightly tricky, because I think we're basically more or less downhill all the way to Wembley. So kind of holding the speed is going to be a challenge in its own right. That's the brakes released off properly. I think it said at the start it's scheduled to be about 56 minutes, and I've forgotten where it's supposed to come from and supposed to go to in real life. Right, now we're back on a... Okay, it's not completely downhill all the way. We're back on a slight uphill gradient. Fascinated by the look of those military stock as well for this volume 4 of this cargo line series. I've never seen anything like that in real life, or I don't think I've ever even seen pictures of them. No, they don't actually. No, there's no cruise control on this thing, take a bit of driving. I mean, there's a real driver who drives these things that is a YouTuber as well, and he drives the 60. And he's driven the 66 on his streams a few times. And of course, when he knows the route, because he drives it in real life, he can more or less drive it hoodless, because he kind of knows it all from memory. That's Dad Rail, Lee. I think he used to drive passenger stuff as well at one time, but I think basically he's completely freight orientated, if that's the right way of putting it nowadays. Now I'm hoping to get a midweek video up, but I'm not totally sure. It's going to be a bit of a busy week work-wise, so I'll try and get something up recorded when I get the chance. But otherwise, obviously, it'll be on Sunday. That would sound like a good plan to me. Yeah, I think so. Some very, very odd workings as well. And it's such a different experience, and you know, you kind of get the feeling for that even driving for fun on the game. But you know, this is probably not massively, or it's easier because we haven't got that huge weight of a loaded train behind us. Indeed, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, we had Connor at the very start. But I don't know whether he's still watching us, but he's been quiet on the announcement front. So we got Laura as well, who was watching at the very start. I'm not totally sure as well about what next Sunday's stream will be, because we haven't, I think we kind of run out of new stuff to show off. And I'm more or less at the moment trying to keep it Train Sim World 5. Okay, I know we did a bit of Subway Sim 2 last week. I know, you have, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he was here at the very start. He asked how we all were, but see, this is where oh, mind you, to be fair, it's because we've got the this stop at Tring, haven't we? This might have happened last week actually, because we had I seem to remember stopping at a station somewhere, and then once we ground to a halt, we got a green signal. Yeah, I knew you would. I mean, I quite enjoy driving it. One thing I will say though is I messed about with the settings on it because I saw some other people's streams, and the tunnels looked a lot darker, and it kind of, when you set the game up, it kind of earmarks what it thinks are the best settings for the game, and actually it can be improved on, and I messed around with it, so I've managed to get it looking darker in the tunnel, so it does look a bit better overall. I do like it. I think there are a few things I'd like to see improved on it. I mean, we need some track joint sounds. I mean, you just heard there where we went rumbling over the tracks, and there's nothing like that. You get nice flange sounds going around the bends, but alright, I love that. That's a nice touch. So basically we're being held up because we've got the 350 coming into the bay platform. Because if we're going to be held up by a signal, I feel as though I want it to be for a real reason. It kind of annoys me if you come up against the red and then it immediately clears. Yeah, so this is Tring. So you see all this little detail like that, you know, over the lifts. You got your kind of your 1960s looking station building there. Right, we've got green. We've got green. Green means go. Actually, I tell you what I will do next week. If Crystal Palace could do us the courtesy of beating Manchester City in the FA Cup final, then we'll do a little celebratory run from Wembley to Euston, and then we'll find the nearest stop on the Bakerloo line to Victoria, and then we'll do a Victoria to Selhurst. Yeah, the problem is, unfortunately, we've only got we've only really got bits of it in Train Sim. Well, we haven't really got any of it in Train Sim World. We've got bits of it in Train Sim Classic, so it's kind of a bit harder. The only way you could actually do it would be to kind of go from St Pancras and then go up the Hope Valley line. So actually it might be a if they lose, we might still be doing a, well, it kind of a commiserations sort of trip back to Selhurst. We're still kind of waiting for the time when we've got a bit more of the West Coast Main Line. Right, yeah, interestingly. Yeah, I've said before, I really don't keep track of it. Is it another Grand Prix weekend this weekend, or is it a weekend off? And I take it Monaco's fairly soon, isn't it? But I've lost track of it. I used to love watching the British Touring Cars Championship at one time. That was always quite amusing to watch, and of course nowadays you get a whole day's coverage of it, all the races on ITV4, I think. Yes. Yeah. I don't think I couldn't depress myself. But you know, there are still bits. There are bits of the railway network. You know, I've done many bits, you know, repeatedly. But there's also many bits that I haven't done at all. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah, yeah. I heard about that. That was dreadful, wasn't it? That really was. And you know, I think I heard somebody on the radio was talking about the, you know, the safety of the generally, and this, that, and the other, and the fact that this is exceptionally unusual, but it's still a rough old sport, isn't it, motorcycle racing? Well, I'm kind of because I've actually, I mean, I'm only going to London, but I've got a week off coming up. I was saying a bit earlier. I've got a week off the week after next, so I'll finish on at the end of next week. So I'm only going down to London, but so I'm going to actually record some bits and pieces on the North London line. So I'm hoping that, I think the 455s are still running, so I can do a 455 out from Waterloo to Richmond, and then do the North London line. And try and take the Goblin line. I won't be able to stop at every station because it'd probably take me about a week, but I think it'd be nice to make the video and hopefully combine the footage. Oh, I know that there's always something that happens there, isn't there? And you know, it's a great spectacle. I've seen the pictures going through the Isle of Man, but I've never been the Isle of Man. But yeah, there's been some dreadful accidents there. Well, yeah, absolutely. The only trouble is, it's kind of it's. I'll try and get a video up whilst I'm away, but it's going to take a bit more editing time, and there's going to be a bit more work needed to go into to that one. But I'm hoping to kind of basically you'll have the normal cab view, and then I'll insert the side view from the real train ride in the same video. So, but and try and put a few bits of other stuff as well that runs. Wembley, which is pretty much, I mean, it's only a Premier Inn, but it's pretty much me go-to really, because I always find, you know, sort of central London hotels are, you know, dead expensive, but you can always get the Premier Inn at Wembley at you know, a cheap rate. So I'll also record the journey down. I'll probably not bother until we get to Milton Keynes, but then I'll record from Milton Keynes. So again, that's another video that we could do at some point. I mean, I've still got footage from 6 months ago that I did of Watford Junction to London Euston with something similar in mind. So kind of it's kind of just getting around to doing these things. Yeah, that's not bad, is it, nowadays? That's pretty good. Yeah, fantastic. But it's quite handy, Wembley. It's, you know, it's sort of, you literally get, well, you've got a choice. I mean, I quite like walking to Wembley Central and getting the Bakerloo line in, because again, love going on the Bakerloo line because of the Train Sim World one. But also you can go the other way and go from Wembley Park, take the Met line. It only takes about 20 minutes to get into central London. And actually, I mean, now Premier Inn have started charging more if you want an event view, they've called it. But I mean, in the past, whenever I've stopped there, they've always given me a view overlooking the stadium, and I've had some great views, actually. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's amazing how it's come up in fortunes as well compared with years ago. I mean, it used to be just an industrial estate, and there was absolutely nothing around it, and it was a bit grimy and dull. But now, you know, so many hotels that have popped up with, you know, accommodation, shops, restaurants and stuff. It's much improved, and it's still, you know, much as though I've not watched. Well, I've watched England play there a load of times, and I've watched Stoke play there a couple of times, but it's still just a thrill being at Wembley somehow. It's still, I still get the buzz walking up Wembley Way, even if I'm not going for a match. I still remember, I mean, it's, where are we now? 2025. I mean, Euro 96, so what, that's, you know, 29 years ago. And I remember walking back from Wembley after me and my mate had watched England beat, well, I say walking back, just walking back to the tube station, but after we watched England beat Holland 4-1. It was a lovely, balmy, warm summer's night, and it was such a wonderful atmosphere. Right, thought so, Lee. Yeah, it's pretty much always nailed on to be the bank holiday weekend, isn't it? Well, will that be the case this year? Yeah, I think it will, won't it? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, Wembley, yeah, it left a lot to be desired, but it's lovely now. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? I don't think I've known a spring like this. I mean, we haven't really had much rain since February, I'd say. It's been very dry, so we're going to get the hosepipe warnings out soon, aren't we? But it's been an exceptionally mild and dry spring. Yeah, well, my mate's just come back from Cape Verde, and I think, again, basically, yeah, marginally warmer there, but not much. We're coming towards Watford Junction. Yeah, but that's kind of the always the issue, isn't it? It's the fact is it's exceptional, the weather we've had. We don't normally have such dry spells, and you know that we'll probably get to a few weeks and it'll be raining every day for about a month, and it'll be cold, wet and miserable. I love the sound going through the tunnels. Hear the rattling of the wagons behind us. Excellent. Didn't get no AWS for that, did we? It tells you off for putting the power on when you haven't released the brakes, but it takes so long to release the brakes properly that I can't see how realistically anybody could do it any different. Absolutely. So the question is, we've got a pesky signal coming up. and I know it's changed. Well, although I'm a bit cautious about these repeaters. I mean, that suggests yeah, we're not red anyway. I mean, if there's no like definitive end timing, I don't know if it's going to mark as according to timing or not. Right, interesting. I mean, I used to be struggle to drive it at all, to be honest. I like it. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, we got a green. And again, I know I've heard it said, regardless whether it's freight or passenger, but if you've got adverse signals, there's no point in kind of charging up when you might have adverse signals ahead. Yeah, I think I've always been quite scared with the brakes, and I mean, again, because we are empty, it should be slightly easier. But I'm always absolutely worried about braking on this thing. Yeah, that intrigued me as well, Lee. It's got a bit of speed. I'm kind of almost forgetting the fact that we've still got 9 miles to do yet. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's going to slow you down, isn't it, when you're uphill and vice versa, but yeah. Oh, we might overtake this 710 in a minute. All right, amazingly. See, I'm too impatient. I mean, I drive like that. I drive a little bit impatiently sometimes. But again, maybe that there speaks the lorry driver and the van driver. You know, it's a good way of conserving fuel, I guess, because you're constantly hammering down on the throttle, then you're going to waste a load of diesel, really, aren't you? All right, excellent. The one thing I never actually do is you've got all your stuff up here. You're supposed to set your train length and all that, aren't you? But I've never managed to do that once. Yeah, it's got to be good practice, though, hasn't it? You know, you're not gonna be happy with the driver that wastes an absolute ton of fuel, are you? And the chances are probably doesn't get there any quicker. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. But now I'm thinking more about car driving than the train driving. I tend to, you know, I get the green light and I get a bit impatient. I don't, you know, I'm not an absolute maniac as a car driver, but I can't be doing with kind of loitering. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, and imagine it works well. I mean, certainly as well here. I mean, it is literally downhill. You know, we're like 4.4 miles to the end point, so um, it's really easy, this bit. You literally could almost do this with your eyes shut. All right, fantastic. Yeah, no, that's great. Oh dear. Yeah, it does happen. I mean, it's been talked about in the forum. I mean, you know, some of the behaviour of the passengers. You know, it's comical really in many ways, and you know, most of the time I'll just laugh about it. But on the other hand, if you're a real train driver, it could bring horrible flashbacks. Yeah, I'd imagine, but yeah, I bet it's good fun. Yeah, that's something we should have in this game, shouldn't we? A few football tops wouldn't go amiss. So I presume, I don't know whether now the red signal will be our end point, because we are less than a couple of miles away. Yeah, very much so, yeah. Of course, it's the old thing with licensing, and you know, we don't have like supermarkets in the game for that reason. So I suppose in reality, it's never going to happen. I mean, you know, we got Arsenal's football ground in Train Sim Classic. We've got Man United, and they're all logoless. Right, okay. Yeah. We're not far off from the end point. So the hard thing's going to be just making sure we get these speeds just right, because we're kind of 15 and then 10, aren't we? So Bakerloo line train. Oh no, we've got a red here first, haven't we? Oh no, change to yellow. Well, we've got that, of course, on the Malmö line. This is a fiendish little thing, because it's we're still on a slight bank. And then we've got 10 mile an hour. So I'll be so annoyed if I'm maintaining this 10 and then we suddenly find we creep into 11. Yeah, I knew it would happen. Yeah, this bit just takes a bit of concentration just to get it just right. If I could kind of get it to hold at 9, that would be quite nice. Yeah, I was going to say there is an overground, isn't the station that's very close to. Great name, isn't it? I love it, Seven Sisters. And although this is the default timetable, it's nice to see another train coming past us. Well, as it goes, I've never been to either the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or the old or the new Emirates, but I have been to Highbury for a FA Cup tie years ago. It was Vale as it goes, not Stoke, and I once went to White Hart Lane to watch England lose to Holland. You certainly can with ours, because well, they see we're completely empty. Trying to hold it just, I mean, 8's fine, you know, 8's quite nice. You don't have to do too much messing about. You've still got all the traffic whistling by on the West Coast Main Line as well. I'll take that. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, I've regularly driven past that on my way up to take the train from Crewe. But yes, I'll never call it the Mornflake Stadium though. And I've never had Mornflakes in my life. But it'll always be Gresty Road for me. I mean, I think even then that was inaccurate to call it Gresty Road because it was they called it the Alexandra Stadium, didn't they? But so there's the right. Okay, yeah, you're on the final stretch. I did enjoy it. It was very, very slow and quite difficult just to maintain your speed. Really, just at 10 and just under 10. But I think I'm getting slightly better at driving the Class 66. But funnily enough, I've never watched it. I've watched football at Vale Park, but I've never watched a game at Crewe. Never watched the Alex. All right, didn't know that. Oh well, there you go. Well done, mate. Yeah, that's you've won. 11-4-2-1. Wow. Now that was a close run thing. So I wonder if the speeding got me again. 32.5. But I mean, it's still a fairly comfortable win. But yeah, well done. So you've won 3-1. I reckon it's the the speeding 32.5. Be interested to know all the scores, wouldn't it? No, it's not. 3-1 to you, mate. You've won. There's there's nothing like that. But, yeah, fantastic. So I think if we're going to have a short run, then it needs to be comparatively short, doesn't it? But I think you were saying perhaps something on the East Coast Main Line, weren't you? No. No, I'm not having that. It's 3-1 to Amaze. So he's won the contest, but we've had some very close runs. But let's just have a very quick one, shall we? Sounds good to me. Yep. Right, what's that? 1 Bravo 80. Yep, fantastic. I'll see if I can get an honourable reduction in the deficit. Yeah, that sounds good then. Yeah, 30 minutes sounds about ideal. Yeah. Yeah, 1B81. Just loading it up. I think it's it's going to be the Azuba. I've not quite got that far yet. So it'll be a slight contrast to the Class 66. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that'll be spot on. Takes forever in a day just to load the game up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky in that respect. I've got Dan's on hand to let our little Harry out endless times. Oh yes, of course, we've got the cargo line as well, isn't it? So there we go, perfect. Very good, very good. I like it. Yeah, cracker time. Well, we're having a cracking time. But yeah, final run. So yeah, another half an hour. Quick run on the pen. I think this would be. Oh no, it's a Leeds to. Oh, that's not the one we said, was it? That's not the right service. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Right. Okay. One B 81. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Right, there we go. So I presume this is actually a ex-Lincoln service. So.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Let's have a look at this thing, because I've had a few issues driving this before. Well, we've not set some of these things up quite right. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, that's a fair old trek, isn't it? I've done that I've done that. Well, I've done the one from Oban. I mean, I've been to Oban to Fort William, and I've also done. Sorry, I've done Fort William to Mallaig, and I've also done Oban to Glasgow Queen Street. That's a hell of a trek. All right, excellent. I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, this thing actually, it should have a speed control on it, but that hasn't been modelled. Yeah, it certainly is. Spectacular isn't the word, it's absolutely incredible. And you can actually do the line from Lincoln to Newark Castle on Train Sim Classic, of course. Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, I mean, they've managed it on the Pendolino. Why on earth haven't they not got it on this? And, you know, you kind of, I mean, with stuff like that, you kind of think, well, I'm not massively bothered, and I'm not bothered that they missed it originally, but why can't they retrospectively put it in? Yeah, definitely right. And thank you. Yeah, as ever, you know, always enjoy the chat and the company. It certainly makes these things go along at a heck of a pace. So really appreciate it. But I mean, sometimes you could be there, couldn't you? It's kind of, you know, it's got its faults, but you're almost there in the real world, and you know, travelling about the English and the Scottish countryside. Okay, we haven't done Scotland tonight, but and Wales as well. You know, it's always a delight. It does, Andrew. Yeah, I must admit. I mean, I've got all the relevant bits, but I've never quite had the wish to do it. It's just been a bit too long to set aside time wise. And the graphics are pretty good on that. I think, as I said personally, I do think I've changed the settings a little bit on it, and I think the graphics are pretty decent. It's made with the same Unreal Engine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many features when you're driving it in real life, and you see all the little locks, the gaps in the mountains. It's just stunning. But yeah, I mean, Trains World 5 and 6 is coming along at hell of a pace, and you know, there's stuff coming out all the time that keeps improving it. And even compared with a year ago, I mean, literally, you know, sort of 6 months ago, it was difficult to do a full night stream and make it varied with Trains World 5 stuff, but there's stuff coming out all the time. Yes, indeed. Yes, Dickie Bird. Just a short set as well on this Lincoln to King's Cross service. But as Scooby would say, and I don't know whether he's still watching the background, but we just need Peterborough to King's Cross now doing, don't we? And then we really will have a East Coast main line to get excited about. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm taking a shortish break. I've got 3 nights, so I'll have a couple of days, sort of filming, and you know, I'll do the usual things, do a bit of pottering around, have a couple of nice meals, have a few drinks. It's always I mean, in the week in particular, it's actually. I actually really enjoy travelling about on the trains anyway around London. It costs absolutely very little, so I get great enjoyment out of that. And it's really quiet in the day, which is nice. I'm actually going from Wolverhampton, so I've got to get down to my nearest local station, which is Stone, it's kind of price-wise, it's doing not too much of a cost. Well, I suppose I could. I probably won't bother, but I could do it. Go and see this this tube play, couldn't I? Oh, speeding there, you see. But yeah, I could do with going to see that play at Cockfosters, or near Cockfosters, called Cockfosters. But yeah, I'll be back on air, as it were, before then, because that's the week after next. Ah, right, excellent, yeah. Yeah, I bet. I mean, the whole thing. They've even built the set as a tube carriage. So mad, really. Well, you never know. If it's really popular, they'll perhaps keep it going. maybe. Well, I could if I went, but I probably won't end up going to it. But it does seem quite good. As I say, Jago Hazard did a brilliant video on it, and I mean, he's the master narrator. He really could be a voiceover artist and earn decent money from it, because he's got a fabulous narrating voice. He makes some great videos. I'm just really hoping to. Again, it's just time. I mean, you know, these weeks just fly by, and you know, I can spend a bit of Saturday or quite a bit of Sunday just getting. Yeah, I'm afraid I've completely lost it in terms of concentration here. I won't be winning this one, but it's just finding the time, really, and you know, get a bit more time. I'd love to get a few more videos and bits and pieces done. There's plenty of ideas. And I keep meaning to look it up, and again, it's just finding some time. But all I need is just need to install or download a, you know, some sort of Google Drive thing, something like that, spare one, so that we can do a joint run where we've actually got both runs actually on the same screen. And I've been talking about that for about 6 months, so, but it will happen eventually, I promise. But yeah, I must admit I've lost my concentration a bit in this this run. So, you know, we've had 2 drops in speed limit, and I didn't notice either of them, so I'm way off the pace here. Yeah, definitely, yeah. We will do it, definitely will do it. And then all I need to do is just send you a message on send you a private message on the forums, and then we can sort it out. Well, hopefully that'll just spark a bit of interest in the whole thing. I mean, I could literally spend, I could easily, you know, spend the whole week with ideas and bits and pieces for YouTube and try and organise stuff, but maybe when I've got 10,000 subscribers, and, you know, who knows, it could become a full-time thing. I think it's just Kev F. I think it's Kev F, if I remember rightly. Still amused me when a few weeks ago we had a couple of weeks back when when Christopher was suggesting my name was Max after Max Power. Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, perhaps that's what. Perhaps I should rename me. That's what I should rename me forum name on Dovetail Games. That might get a few comments. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it really is a fast one. I kind of forgot to turn the sound up a bit because I know that the sound from the cab on this unit can be a bit quiet on the stream, so I don't know whether you can hear the train coming through loud and clear. And again, it's quite very interesting to watch. I've probably mentioned it before, but there's a Alan Newcastle-based driver, and she does a great job actually. And obviously she drives the Alan Zoomers in real life, and you know she's kind of comparing it with the real thing. Well, the thing that really frustrated me though slightly was I can't remember now if they did it on both of them, but on the first run they didn't switch the safety systems on, and she was kind of saying, "Oh, well, it's not very realistic without this." They couldn't seem to get that quite right. But it's very interesting. And there were bits of it you could kind of pick out and recognise, because you know real drivers will be looking out for certain landmarks for stopping, and they'll know when all these speed reductions are coming up and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, yeah. No, it's good to see. But yeah, as ever, massively enjoyed your company, both of you, and well, everybody else that's watched as well. I just flipped on me kind of my YouTube channel page, and for some reason it kind of froze up. So I think it was saying I've had 4 viewers on the whole stream, so I don't think that's quite right. Oh, well done. Well done, Scooby. I bet it must feel a bit weird switching from car racing on your game to driving a train. Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad because um, the concurrence thing is not normally that high, so that's pretty decent. I'm sure he has done. I think he did a couple of weeks ago, didn't you, Lee? Yes. I've really played car racing games since the Commodore 64, in all honesty. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, thank you for watching. You were there right at the start. Much appreciated. Fantastic. Yeah, nice little run to end. Must say, you know, in the sunshine, along the early morning sunshine, along the East Coast Main Line. All right, fantastic. Yeah, no, that's always good. So hopefully then that should take me up to the 650 mark. And I have to say the climb from 600 to 650 has been a lot quicker than the climb from sort of 500 to 600. So it's kind of just trying to keep that at that pace, really. Yes, absolutely. You know, fortunately, I've been all right with that, and you know, you're gonna get the odd, reduction now and again, but it doesn't happen very often. It's kind of like, you know, people are tidying up their own channels, their own what they subscribe to, and now and again. Ah, Brill, yeah. Yeah, well, I was on 648 earlier on, so it's kind of gone up by 5 overall, so that's superb. You know, as long as I don't suddenly upset a whole country or area, or you know, it's like, oh, I absolutely hate blah blah blah, and you suddenly find, oh, wait a minute, I've just lost 100 subscribers. Yeah, fantastic, Andrew, and you know, it just take time, and you know, I mean, I've been going at this now for a year and a half. I mean, I've been doing the live stream since last September, so we're up to 8 months in that. And I found, you know, I've got a couple of videos that have been much more successful than anywhere else. I mean, sometimes it's like if you could bottle them, you would do it, because it doesn't necessarily mean the next video is going to be as popular. But it does take time. But I found that, particularly since Christmas, the mix of having a live stream and a recorded stream seems to go quite nicely. It just means it's you know, it's a slow old process. I mean, they've kind of got you a little bit, because, you know, you've not only got to get up to the 1,000, but you've got to get the viewing hours as well. It's 4,000 viewing hours for the previous year, so it does take work. Yeah, exactly. And I've definitely, in my case, I've definitely kind of had the bit between my teeth a little bit since Christmas, and because I think just the live streams on their own isn't enough to you've got to get. I mean, really, I'd love to kind of get 3 videos a week, 3, 4, 5. But there's no point in just putting just generic videos. It's got to be try and maintain some sort of standard.
TPWS and AWS operational.
I like it. But yeah, it's a funny old thing, YouTube, but I mean, it's a brilliant resource. And you know, you think, well, how many years ago, you know, the idea of broadcasting from your bedroom was just a figment of imagination. Right, well, I'm still signalled into the platform, aren't I? This is in terms of driving, I must admit my concentration's gone a little bit, you know, so I've got no chance on this. Yeah, I'm sure I have subscribed, Scooby, haven't I? Tell me off if I haven't. I'm sure I have. I've certainly downloaded some of your stuff off Creators Club. Keep meaning to give your some of your reskins a run on the stream. Yeah, well, it's got to be something like that. We shall see. We did 6 hours for the live stream for the 500, didn't we? So yeah. Well, I almost think it's almost pointless looking at this score because there's no way that's a winning score. All right, fantastic, Mace Taze, yeah. There you go, yeah. I was a bit off the pace there, but, you know, speeding 227 points. So, yeah, the concentration definitely went a bit there, I have to say. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well played. I mean, that was just me on the last run. I think overall, you know, reasonable contests. We were pretty close, but yeah, 4-1 to you tonight. Well done, and thank you very much. Yeah, thanks to you all as ever for watching. I'm going to be a bit busy this week, so I'll try and get a midweek video if I can. It's perhaps not the one I was hoping to do, but we'll see. But either way, it'll definitely be back next Sunday, of course. And thank you very much. Yeah, really enjoyed it again. And yeah, terrific entertainment. So yeah, thank you very much all. And we'll see you next Sunday. And it'll be 5 p.m. next Sunday, of course. Yeah, definitely. I know you do, Scooby, and you're hoping we're going to get that bit a little bit further down, take the Peterborough into King's Cross and who knows, Moorgate as well. But thank you very much all. And again, just to very, very quickly say at the end, if you're watching this back and you haven't liked and subscribed, if you consider doing that, be tremendously grateful. But until next week, thank you very much, everybody. See you at 5 o'clock next Sunday from Power Flower, Trains and Planes. Until next week, it's goodbye.